Happiness isn't a destination. It's the peace you choose every single day, no matter what life throws at you. Inner peace starts with you. How to unlock lasting happiness every day. Before we dive in, hit like and subscribe if you enjoy the books I publish here. Comment where you're listening from and the time there. It's always cool to see. Now, listen, grow, and hopefully you fall asleep. Chapter 1. The questions that change everything. Let me begin our journey together with a few simple questions. These aren't difficult questions, but they might surprise you with their power to transform your perspective. Are you ready for the first one? Here it is. Are you having a good day? Take a moment to consider that. You don't need to answer out loud, but really think about it. Are you having a good day today? Got your answer? Good. Now, here's my second question, and this one might make you pause. If you're having a good day, why are you having a good day? Or if you're having a bad day, why are you having a bad day? What specific things are making your day good or bad? Think about that for a moment. What's your answer? Now I have one more question for you, and this should be the easiest one of all. Tomorrow, would you rather have a good day or would you rather have a bad day? I'm guessing you have your answer for that one. What about the day after tomorrow? What about this weekend? How about Monday? Would you like to have a good day or a bad day on Monday? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, this time next week? A good day or a bad day? That last question is probably the easiest one for us to answer because we all know the answer, don't we? We want to have a good day every day. Did anyone reading this think, yes, I want to have a bad day on Monday? Of course not. We all want to have good days every single day. This speaks to the type of happiness that we all wish for in our heart of hearts. We have a good day when we're happy, and we want to be happy every day. There's never a day when we don't want to be happy. But whether or not we have good days or bad days really depends upon how we answered that second question. Do you remember the second question? It was, why am I having a good day? Why am I having a bad day? My teacher says something profound about this. He says that much of the time our mind is like a balloon in the wind, blown here and there by external circumstances. Do you know that feeling? When things are going well, when they're going our way, we feel happy. But then if something goes wrong, for example, if we're forced to work with a colleague that we dislike, or if something doesn't go our way, then our happy feeling disappears. As long as our answer to the question, why am I having a good day? Or why am I having a bad day? Is a list of external conditions, then we're not going to have the stable happiness that we all want. Think about it. When someone asks you how your day was, what do you typically say? You might say, yeah, I had a good day. My boss complimented my work, the traffic wasn't too bad, I got a good parking spot, my favorite coffee shop wasn't crowded. Or you might say, I had a terrible day. My alarm didn't go off, I spilled coffee on my shirt, my computer crashed, and someone cut me off in traffic. As long as our reasons for why we had a good day are a list of external conditions, then we're not going to have stable happiness. Does that make sense? Because if that's what our happiness depends upon, and we cannot control people and circumstances every single day, then our happiness will be in the hands of others, won't it? It'll be at the whim of our circumstances. So if you really wish to have a good day every day, we've got two things we need to do. The first thing we need to do is stop outsourcing our happiness and our unhappiness to people and circumstances. In other words, we need to stop attributing our happiness to what's going on externally. And we need to stop blaming others, especially blaming others, for our unhappiness. For as long as we do that, as long as we're making it the job of people and circumstances to make us happy, or as long as we're making it their fault when we're unhappy, our happiness will be very unstable and elusive. Our second job is to actively cultivate a source of peace and a source of happiness coming from inside our own mind. Here's something I want you to commit to memory. Are you ready? This is another line from one of my teacher's books. Happiness and unhappiness are states of mind, and therefore their real causes cannot be found outside the mind. Let me repeat that happiness and unhappiness are states of mind, and therefore their real causes cannot be found outside the mind. So if we have a peaceful state of mind, we will be happy regardless of people and circumstances. If our mind is unpeaceful or agitated, then even if we have very good circumstances, we'll find it impossible to be happy. In other words, it's not what is happening that is making us happy or unhappy. It is how we are responding to those things that determines whether we're happy or unhappy. It is what our state of mind is like that determines our happiness or unhappiness. This isn't just philosophy, this is practical wisdom that can transform your life. When you understand this principle, you begin to see that you have much more control over your happiness than you ever imagined. Chapter 2. Understanding the Mind's True Nature. Now, we can all understand this intellectually. It's not rocket science, is it? It's not hard to understand. And maybe, to a certain extent, as I share these ideas with you, you're thinking, yeah, but here's what most people don't understand. How do we actually do it? How do we actually cultivate this stable peace of mind that we can rely upon, regardless of the external circumstances? This is really where the practice of meditation comes into play, and I would need much more time to really do this subject of meditation justice. But for our purposes today, we can say that meditation is a mental action. It's the mental action of concentrating on a peaceful, positive state of mind. If we do that, if we concentrate on a peaceful, positive state of mind, then we can say we're meditating. You might think meditation requires sitting in a specific position with your eyes closed, but that's just one form of meditation, called formal meditation. The truth is, you could be sitting perfectly still with your eyes closed, but if you're thinking about your grocery list or worrying about tomorrow's meeting, you're not actually meditating. It's only meditation if you're actually focusing on a positive, peaceful state of mind. But here's the beautiful thing. We can also learn to do this all the time in our daily life. We can learn to maintain that peaceful, positive state of mind while we're walking, while we're working, while we're talking with others. Let me give you an example. Imagine you're stuck in traffic. Your old pattern might be to get frustrated, to feel your stress levels rising, to blame the other drivers or the city planners or your bad luck. But what if, instead, you use that time as an opportunity to practice patience? What if you concentrated on a mind of patience, remaining calm and untroubled? You're not disturbed, not unhappy. You're actually using this challenging situation as a chance to strengthen your inner peace. This is meditation in action. The key insight here is that our happiness doesn't depend on external circumstances being perfect. It depends on our internal response to whatever circumstances we find ourselves in. Think about people you know who seem to maintain their equilibrium no matter what's happening around them. They're not necessarily living charmed lives with no problems. They've simply learned to cultivate inner peace that isn't dependent on everything going their way. I remember working with a woman named Elena who was going through a difficult divorce. Her husband had left her for someone else, she was struggling financially, and she felt like her whole world was falling apart. When she first came to see me, she was convinced that her happiness depended entirely on her external circumstances improving. "If only my ex-husband would come back," she would say. "If only I could find a better job. If only I had more money. If only, if only, if only." But as we worked together, Elena began to understand that waiting for her external circumstances to change was like waiting for someone else to hand her the keys to her own happiness. She realized she could choose to cultivate peace and contentment regardless of what was happening in her life. This didn't mean she became passive or stopped working to improve her situation. She still looked for a better job, she still worked on her finances, she still took care of practical matters. But she stopped making her happiness conditional on these things working out perfectly. Instead, she began to practice what I call unconditional happiness. This is the happiness that comes from within, that doesn't depend on getting what we want or avoiding what we don't want. Elena learned to find moments of peace and joy even in the midst of her challenges. She would take time each morning to cultivate gratitude for what she did have. She would practice patience when dealing with difficult legal proceedings. She would choose compassion over bitterness when thinking about her ex-husband. Gradually, something remarkable happened. As Elena's inner state became more peaceful and stable, her external circumstances began to improve as well. She found a job she loved, she developed new friendships, and she discovered strengths she never knew she had. But the most important change was that her happiness was no longer at the mercy of external events. She had learned to access a source of peace and contentment that was always available to her, regardless of what was happening around her. This is what we're aiming for, a happiness that is stable, reliable, and independent of external circumstances. It's not that we become indifferent to what happens in our lives, but rather that we develop an unshakable foundation of inner peace that can weather any storm. Chapter 3. The Practice of Inner Peace. So how do we actually develop this inner peace? How do we move from understanding these concepts intellectually to experiencing them in our daily lives? The answer lies in practice. Just as you wouldn't expect to become physically fit by reading about exercise, you can't develop inner peace simply by thinking about it. You need to actually train your mind, just as you would train your body. Let me guide you through a simple but powerful meditation practice that you can use to begin cultivating this inner peace right now. First, find a comfortable position. You can sit in a chair with your feet flat on the floor, or you can sit cross-legged if that's comfortable for you. Place your hands gently in your lap. The most important thing is that you're comfortable and alert. Now, gently close your eyes and become aware of the sensation of your breath at the tip of your nose. You don't need to change your breathing in any way. Simply notice the natural rhythm of your breath as it flows in and out. As you breathe out, imagine that you're breathing out any agitation, any mental busyness, any frustration or unhappiness in your life. See it leaving your body like dark smoke, carrying away all your stress and tension. And as you breathe in, imagine and believe that you're breathing in a clear, bright light, which is the very nature of inner peace. This light is pure, calm, and healing. It represents the peace that is always available to you, no matter what's happening in your external world. Imagine that this clear, bright light fills your entire body and mind. Feel it flowing through every cell, bringing calm and tranquility to every part of your being. This light is not something foreign or external. It's the natural state of your mind when it's free from agitation and disturbance. For a few moments, simply rest in this experience of inner peace. Don't worry if your mind wanders or if you find it difficult to concentrate at first. This is completely normal. When you notice your mind has wandered, simply and gently bring your attention back to the breath and the experience of peace. This inner peace is not dependent on anything external. It doesn't require perfect circumstances or the absence of problems. It's available to you right now, in this moment, regardless of what challenges you might be facing in your life. As we finish this practice, make a determination to bring this inner peace with you into the rest of your day. Decide that you will remember this feeling of calm and tranquility, and that you will return to it whenever you feel stressed or agitated. Now, slowly open your eyes and take a moment to notice how you feel. This is just a taste of what's possible when you learn to cultivate inner peace. With regular practice, this state of mind can become more and more accessible to you throughout your day. The beautiful thing about this practice is that you can do it anywhere, anytime. You don't need special equipment or a perfect environment. You can practice this form of meditation while waiting in line at the store, during your lunch break at work, or before going to sleep at night. I remember working with a man named David, who was a high-stress executive. He was constantly traveling, dealing with difficult clients, and managing a large team. He came to me because he was experiencing burnout and felt like he was losing his sense of purpose and joy. David was skeptical about meditation at first. "I don't have time to sit around doing nothing," he told me. "I have too many responsibilities." But I explained to him that meditation isn't about doing nothing. It's about training your mind to be more peaceful and effective. I taught him simple breathing techniques that he could use during his commute, between meetings, and even during stressful phone calls. At first, David could only manage a few minutes of practice here and there. But gradually, he began to notice changes. He found that he could stay calm during difficult meetings. He was sleeping better at night. He was more patient with his family and more creative in his problem solving. Most importantly, David discovered that taking time to cultivate inner peace actually made him more productive, not less. When his mind was calm and clear, he could think more effectively, make better decisions, and communicate more skillfully. This is one of the paradoxes of inner peace. When you stop chasing happiness externally and start cultivating it internally, you often find that your external circumstances improve as well. Not because the practice is magic, but because a peaceful mind is more capable, more creative, and more resilient. The key is consistency. Just as physical fitness requires regular exercise, inner peace requires regular practice. Even a few minutes each day can make a significant difference over time. Remember, the goal isn't to eliminate all challenges from your life or to feel blissful all the time. The goal is to develop a stable foundation of peace that can support you through whatever life brings your way. In our next chapter, we'll explore how to maintain this inner peace when facing specific challenges and difficulties. We'll learn practical techniques for dealing with difficult emotions, challenging relationships, and stressful situations while maintaining our center of calm. For now, I encourage you to practice the breathing meditation we just did. Try it for just 5 minutes each day and notice what happens. Pay attention to how it affects your mood, your stress levels, and your overall sense of well-being. Remember, inner peace starts with you. It's not something you need to find outside yourself or wait for someone else to give you. It's already there, waiting to be discovered and cultivated. All you need to do is begin. Chapter 4. Dealing with difficult emotions. One of the most common questions I receive is this. This all sounds wonderful in theory, but what do I do when I'm really angry or deeply sad or overwhelmed with anxiety? How can I find inner peace when I'm in the middle of an emotional storm? This is such an important question because it gets to the heart of practical application. It's one thing to feel peaceful when everything is going well, but it's another thing entirely to maintain that peace when we're facing intense emotions or difficult circumstances. The first thing to understand is that difficult emotions are not the enemy of inner peace. They're not something we need to eliminate or suppress in order to be happy. In fact, trying to push away difficult emotions often makes them stronger and more persistent. Instead, we need to learn how to relate to our emotions differently. We need to develop what I call emotional wisdom. This is the ability to experience our emotions fully without being overwhelmed by them. Let me share a story about a woman named Sarah who came to see me after experiencing a devastating loss. Her teenage son had been killed in a car accident, and she was consumed with grief, anger, and despair. She felt like her world had ended, and she couldn't imagine ever feeling peace or happiness again. "How can you talk to me about inner peace?" she asked through her tears. "My son is gone. My heart is broken. There's nothing peaceful about this." I understood her pain completely, and I didn't try to minimize it or suggest that she should just think positive or let it go. Instead, I helped her understand that even in the midst of profound grief, there could be moments of peace. Not peace that replaced her grief, but peace that could coexist with it. We began by acknowledging that her grief was natural and necessary. It was an expression of her love for her son, and it deserved to be honored, not pushed away. But we also explored how she could find moments of calm within the storm of her emotions. Sarah learned to practice what I call breathing with the pain. Instead of fighting against her grief or trying to escape from it, she would sit quietly and breathe with it. She would allow the waves of emotion to wash over her without resistance, while maintaining a gentle awareness of her breath as an anchor of stability. This didn't make her grief disappear, but it helped her find a place of stillness within it. She discovered that she could feel profound sadness and still access moments of peace. She could honor her son's memory while also taking care of her own well-being. Over time, Sarah began to notice something remarkable. The moments of peace became longer and more frequent. Her grief was still there, but it was no longer consuming her entire existence. She found that she could carry her love for her son in a way that was healing rather than destructive. This is the key insight. We don't need to wait for difficult emotions to disappear before we can experience inner peace. We can learn to find peace within and alongside our emotions, no matter how intense they might be. Here's a practical technique you can use when you're experiencing difficult emotions. First, stop trying to change or fix the emotion. Instead of thinking, "I shouldn't feel this way," or "I need to get over this," simply acknowledge what you're feeling. You might say to yourself, "I notice that I'm feeling angry right now," or "I'm aware that sadness is present." Second, bring your attention to your breath. You don't need to change your breathing, just notice it. Feel the sensation of air moving in and out of your body. This gives your mind something stable to focus on while the emotion moves through you. Third, Imagine that you're creating space around the emotion. Instead of being completely identified with the feeling, imagine that you're the sky and the emotion is like a cloud passing through. The cloud is real. It's there, but it's not the totality of who you are. Fourth, practice self-compassion. Speak to yourself the way you would speak to a good friend who was going through the same experience. Offer yourself kindness and understanding, rather than judgment or criticism. I worked with a man named Michael who struggled with intense anxiety about his job performance. Every time he had to give a presentation or attend an important meeting, he would become so anxious that he could barely function. His anxiety was affecting his work, his relationships, and his overall quality of life. Michael's first instinct was to try to eliminate his anxiety completely. He would tell himself things like, "Don't be anxious," or "Just calm down." But this only made the anxiety worse. The more he fought against it, the stronger it became. Instead, I taught Michael to work with his anxiety rather than against it. When he felt anxiety arising, instead of trying to push it away, he would acknowledge it. "Hello, anxiety. I see you're here." Then he would practice the breathing technique I described, creating space around the anxiety rather than being consumed by it. He learned to see his anxiety as information, his mind's way of telling him that something felt important or challenging, rather than as a problem to be solved. Most importantly, Michael learned to take action while feeling anxious, rather than waiting for the anxiety to disappear before he could function. He discovered that he could give presentations, attend meetings, and perform well at work, even while experiencing some level of anxiety. This was a revelation for him. He had always believed that he needed to feel completely calm and confident before he could be effective. But he learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's feeling the fear and acting anyway. The same principle applies to all difficult emotions. We don't need to wait for anger to disappear before we can respond wisely to a challenging situation. We don't need to eliminate sadness before we can experience joy. We don't need to be free from all worry before we can make good decisions. We can learn to carry our emotions lightly, to feel them fully without being overwhelmed by them, and to maintain our center of peace even in the midst of emotional turbulence. This is true emotional maturity, not the absence of difficult emotions, but the ability to experience them with wisdom, compassion, and grace. Chapter 5: Transforming Relationships Through Inner Peace. One of the most beautiful aspects of developing inner peace is how it transforms our relationships with others. When we're no longer dependent on external circumstances for our happiness, we're free to love and connect with others in a much more authentic and generous way. Think about it. When your happiness depends on other people behaving in certain ways, you're constantly trying to control them. You need your partner to be affectionate, your children to be well-behaved, your co-workers to be cooperative, your friends to be supportive. And when they don't meet these expectations, you become frustrated, disappointed, or angry. But when you have a stable source of inner peace, you're no longer trying to extract happiness from others. Instead, you can offer them the gift of your presence, your patience, and your unconditional acceptance. Let me tell you about a couple I worked with, James and Maria, who had been married for 15 years but were on the verge of divorce. They came to see me because they felt like they were constantly fighting about everything: money, parenting, household responsibilities, how to spend their free time. "He never listens to me," Maria would say. "He's always distracted by his phone or thinking about work. I feel like I'm invisible." "She's never satisfied," James would respond. "No matter what I do, it's never enough. She's always criticizing me or asking me to change something." Both of them were looking to the other person to provide their happiness and sense of worth. Maria needed James to pay attention to her in order to feel valued. James needed Maria's approval in order to feel good about himself. They were both trying to get something from the relationship rather than giving to it. As we worked together, both James and Maria began to understand how their own inner state was affecting their relationship. When Maria felt peaceful and content within herself, she was naturally more patient and appreciative with James. When James felt secure and confident in himself, he was naturally more attentive and loving toward Maria. They learned to take responsibility for their own emotional state, rather than making it their partner's job to keep them happy. This was revolutionary for their relationship. Maria began practicing meditation and self-compassion. Instead of waiting for James to make her feel valued, she learned to cultivate a sense of self-worth that didn't depend on his behavior. This didn't mean she stopped wanting his attention and affection, but she stopped needing it in order to feel okay about herself. James began practicing mindfulness and presence. Instead of being constantly distracted by work stress and external pressures, he learned to be fully present when he was with Maria. He discovered that when his mind was peaceful and focused, he naturally wanted to connect with her. The transformation in their relationship was remarkable. They stopped fighting about the small things because they were no longer using those small things as evidence of whether they were loved and valued. They began to enjoy each other's company again, to laugh together, to support each other through challenges. Most importantly, they learned that a healthy relationship isn't about two incomplete people trying to complete each other. It's about two whole people choosing to share their completeness with each other. This principle applies to all our relationships, not just romantic ones. When we're at peace within ourselves, we're naturally more patient with our children, more compassionate with our friends, more understanding with our co-workers. I remember working with a woman named Lisa who was struggling with her relationship with her teenage daughter. "She's so disrespectful," Lisa would tell me. "She rolls her eyes at everything I say, she never helps around the house, and she acts like I'm the enemy." Lisa was taking her daughter's behavior personally and reacting with anger and frustration. The more upset Lisa became, the more her daughter would withdraw or act out, creating a negative cycle that was damaging their relationship. I helped Lisa understand that her daughter's behavior was more about typical teenage development than about Lisa's worth as a mother. Teenagers are naturally trying to establish their independence, and this often involves pushing against parental authority. Lisa learned to respond to her daughter's behavior from a place of inner peace rather than personal hurt. Instead of getting defensive or angry, she would take a breath, center herself, and respond with calm firmness. "I can see you're upset about something," she might say. "I'm here when you're ready to talk about it respectfully." Or, "I understand you don't want to do chores, but they still need to be done. How would you like to handle this?" This shift in Lisa's approach had a profound effect on her daughter. When Lisa stopped reacting emotionally to every challenge, her daughter felt safer to express herself honestly. Their relationship began to heal, and they developed a new level of mutual respect and understanding. The key insight here is that we can only control our own behavior, not anyone else's. But when we change our own behavior, it often creates space for others to change as well. When you approach relationships from a place of inner peace, several things happen. First, you stop taking other people's behavior personally. You understand that their actions are more about their own inner state than about you. Second, you become more patient and compassionate. When you're not constantly trying to get something from others, you have more emotional resources to give to them. Third, you become a source of stability and calm for others. People are naturally drawn to those who are peaceful and centered. Fourth, you're able to set healthy boundaries without anger or resentment. You can say no when necessary, not from a place of defensiveness, but from a place of self-respect and clarity. Finally, you're able to love others more freely because your love isn't conditional on their behavior. You can appreciate them for who they are rather than trying to change them into who you think they should be. This doesn't mean you become passive or that you accept harmful behavior. It means you respond to challenges from a place of wisdom and strength rather than reactivity and fear. When you cultivate inner peace, you become a gift to everyone in your life. You offer them the rare experience of being with someone who doesn't need them to be different in order to be happy. This is one of the greatest gifts you can give to another person. Chapter 6. Maintaining Peace in a Chaotic World. In our modern world, we're constantly bombarded with information, demands, and distractions. Social media notifications, news alerts, work emails, family obligations. It can feel like there's no escape from the chaos. Many people tell me, "I'd love to have inner peace, but my life is just too busy and stressful. Maybe when things calm down, I'll be able to practice these techniques." But here's the truth. If you wait for your external circumstances to become peaceful before you cultivate inner peace, you'll be waiting forever. The world isn't going to slow down for you. Technology isn't going to become less demanding. Life isn't going to become less complicated. The good news is that you don't need perfect external conditions to develop inner peace. In fact, learning to maintain your center in the midst of chaos is one of the most valuable skills you can develop. Let me share the story of Dr. Patricia Chen, an emergency room physician who came to see me because she was experiencing severe burnout. Patricia worked in one of the busiest hospitals in the city, dealing with life and death situations every day. She was constantly under pressure, making split-second decisions that could mean the difference between life and death for her patients. "My job is literally chaos," she told me. "People are screaming, alarms are going off, there's blood everywhere, and I have to stay calm and focused. But when I get home, I'm so wound up that I can't relax. I can't sleep. I feel like I'm always on edge." Patricia thought that her work environment made it impossible for her to experience peace. She believed that she had to choose between being effective at her job and maintaining her inner well-being. But as we worked together, Patricia discovered that she could actually use her challenging work environment as a training ground for developing deeper levels of inner peace. Instead of seeing the chaos as an obstacle to peace, she learned to see it as an opportunity to strengthen her ability to remain centered under pressure. We started with simple breathing techniques that Patricia could use throughout her shift. When she felt her stress levels rising, she would take 3 conscious breaths, focusing on the sensation of air moving in and out of her body. This took less than 30 seconds, but it helped her reset her nervous system and return to a state of calm alertness. Patricia also learned to practice what I call micro-meditations, brief moments of mindfulness that she could incorporate into her workday. While washing her hands between patients, she would focus completely on the sensation of the warm water and soap. While walking down the hospital corridor, she would pay attention to the feeling of her feet touching the ground. These small practices might seem insignificant, but they had a cumulative effect. Patricia began to notice that she could maintain her composure even in the most stressful situations. She was still fully engaged and effective in her work, but she wasn't being consumed by the stress of it. Most importantly, Patricia learned to create what I call transition rituals. Simple practices that helped her shift from work mode to home mode. Before leaving the hospital, she would spend 5 minutes in her car, breathing deeply and consciously releasing the stress of the day. She would visualize leaving all the intensity and pressure at work so she could be fully present with her family. Within a few months, Patricia's entire experience of her work had transformed. She was still dealing with the same chaotic environment, but she was no longer being overwhelmed by it. She had learned to be like a mountain in the midst of a storm, solid, stable, and unshaken by the turbulence around her. This is the key to maintaining peace in a chaotic world. You don't try to control the external chaos. You develop internal stability that can't be shaken by external circumstances. Here are some practical strategies you can use to maintain your inner peace no matter what's happening around you. First, create anchors of calm throughout your day. These are specific moments when you consciously return to a state of peace and presence. It might be when you first wake up, before you eat meals, or before you go to sleep. Having these regular check-ins with yourself helps prevent stress from accumulating throughout the day. Second, practice the art of single tasking. In our multitasking culture, we often try to do several things at once, which creates mental fragmentation and stress. Instead, try to do one thing at a time with your full attention. When you're eating, just eat. When you're listening to someone, just listen. When you're working on a project, just focus on that project. Third, learn to say no gracefully. One of the biggest sources of chaos in our lives is overcommitment. We say yes to too many things and then feel overwhelmed and stressed. Practice setting boundaries and protecting your time and energy for what's most important. Fourth, create physical spaces of peace in your environment. This might be a corner of your bedroom where you meditate, a comfortable chair where you read, or even just a small altar or meaningful object that reminds you to return to peace. Having these physical anchors can help support your inner practice. Fifth, limit your exposure to unnecessary chaos. This might mean checking the news less frequently, spending less time on social media, or avoiding people who consistently create drama in your life. You can't control everything in your environment, but you can make conscious choices about what you expose yourself to. I worked with a man named Robert, who was a single father of 3 young children, while also caring for his elderly mother and working a demanding job. "I feel like I'm drowning," he told me. "There's always something that needs my attention. I can't even go to the bathroom without someone needing something from me." Robert felt like his circumstances made it impossible for him to have any peace or quiet in his life. But as we worked together, he learned to find moments of peace within the chaos of his daily routine. He started waking up 15 minutes earlier each morning to have a few minutes of quiet time before the household woke up. He practiced mindful breathing while doing dishes or folding laundry. He learned to be fully present with each child when they needed his attention, rather than feeling scattered and overwhelmed. Most importantly, Robert learned to reframe his perspective on his busy life. Instead of seeing all the demands on his time as burdens, he began to see them as opportunities to practice patience, love, and service. This shift in perspective transformed his entire experience of his responsibilities. The truth is that external peace is often an illusion. Even when things seem calm on the surface, there's always something happening: bills to pay, relationships to navigate, health concerns to address, work challenges to handle. But inner peace is always available to you, regardless of what's happening in your external world. When you learn to access this inner peace consistently, you become like a lighthouse in a storm. No matter how rough the seas become, you remain steady and bright, offering guidance and stability, not just for yourself, but for everyone around you. Remember, the goal isn't to eliminate all chaos from your life. The goal is to develop such a strong foundation of inner peace that you can remain centered and calm no matter what storms may come your way. Chapter 7: The Power of Compassion. As we deepen our practice of inner peace, we naturally begin to develop greater compassion, both for ourselves and for others. Compassion isn't just a nice feeling or a moral virtue, it's actually one of the most powerful tools we have for maintaining and strengthening our inner peace. When we're harsh and critical with ourselves, when we judge ourselves for our mistakes or shortcomings, we create internal conflict and agitation. But when we learn to treat ourselves with the same kindness and understanding that we would offer to a good friend, we create an environment of inner harmony that supports lasting peace. Let me tell you about a woman named Rachel who came to see me because she was struggling with what she called the voice in her head. This voice was constantly criticizing her, telling her she wasn't good enough, smart enough, or successful enough. It would point out every mistake she made and remind her of every failure from her past. "I would never talk to another person the way I talk to myself," Rachel told me. "But I can't seem to stop this constant stream of self-criticism. It's exhausting." Rachel's inner critic was so loud and persistent that it was preventing her from experiencing any real peace or contentment. Even when good things happened in her life, the voice would find ways to diminish them or predict future problems. As we worked together, Rachel learned to recognize this inner critic as just one voice among many in her mind, not the voice of truth or wisdom. She began to develop what I call her inner compassionate friend, a voice that could offer her understanding, encouragement, and perspective. When the critical voice would say, "You're so stupid for making that mistake," Rachel learned to respond with compassion. Everyone makes mistakes. This is how we learn and grow. What can I learn from this experience? When the voice would say, "You'll never be successful," Rachel would counter with, "I'm doing my best, and that's enough. Success means different things to different people, and I get to define what success means for me." This practice of self-compassion had a profound effect on Rachel's overall well-being. As she became kinder to herself, she naturally became more peaceful and content. She also found that she was more patient and understanding with others because she was no longer using up all her emotional energy fighting with herself. Self-compassion has 3 key components that are essential for maintaining inner peace. First is self-kindness. This means treating yourself with the same warmth and understanding that you would offer to someone you care about. When you make a mistake or face a challenge, instead of attacking yourself with criticism, you offer yourself comfort and support. Second is common humanity. This means recognizing that struggle and imperfection are part of the human experience. You're not the only one who makes mistakes, faces challenges, or feels inadequate sometimes. This recognition helps you feel less isolated and more connected to others. Third is mindfulness. This means observing your thoughts and feelings without getting caught up in them or pushing them away. You acknowledge what you're experiencing without judgment, creating space for a more balanced perspective. But compassion isn't just about how we treat ourselves. It's also about how we relate to others, especially those who challenge us or cause us difficulty. I remember working with a man named Thomas who was dealing with a very difficult situation at work. His supervisor, whom I'll call Mr. Johnson, was demanding, critical, and often unreasonable. Thomas would come home every day feeling angry and frustrated, and this was affecting his sleep, his relationships, and his overall peace of mind. "I hate going to work," Thomas told me. "Mr. Johnson makes my life miserable. He's always finding fault with everything I do, and he treats everyone on the team terribly. I spend all day feeling angry, and then I bring that anger home with me." Thomas was caught in a cycle where his anger toward Mr. Johnson was actually causing him more suffering than Mr. Johnson's behavior itself. The anger was like a poison that Thomas was drinking while hoping it would hurt his supervisor. I helped Thomas understand that developing compassion for Mr. Johnson didn't mean excusing his behavior or becoming passive. It meant recognizing that Mr. Johnson's difficult behavior was likely coming from his own inner pain, stress, or insecurity. Hurt people, I explained to Thomas. When someone is consistently unkind or unreasonable, it's usually because they're struggling with something internally. This doesn't make their behavior acceptable, but understanding this can help you respond from a place of wisdom rather than reactivity. Thomas began to practice what I call compassionate boundaries. He would visualize Mr. Johnson as someone who was suffering, perhaps dealing with pressure from his own supervisors, personal problems at home, or deep-seated insecurities. This didn't change Mr. Johnson's behavior, but it changed Thomas's internal response to it. Instead of taking Mr. Johnson's criticism personally, Thomas began to see it as information about Mr. Johnson's internal state rather than a reflection of his own worth. He could maintain his professional boundaries and protect himself from unfair treatment while also holding compassion for his supervisor's obvious unhappiness. This shift in perspective had a remarkable effect on Thomas's well-being. He stopped carrying anger and resentment home with him. He was able to respond to challenging situations at work with greater calm and clarity. And interestingly, as Thomas became less reactive, Mr. Johnson's behavior toward him began to improve as well. This is one of the beautiful paradoxes of compassion. When we stop fighting against difficult people and situations, we often find that they become less difficult. Not always, but often enough to make the practice worthwhile. Compassion also extends to how we view the world around us. When we watch the news or observe the suffering and conflict in the world, we can choose to respond with compassion rather than despair or anger. This doesn't mean becoming naive or passive about injustice. It means recognizing that behind every act of cruelty or selfishness is a person who is suffering, who has lost touch with their own inner peace and wisdom. This understanding can motivate us to work for positive change from a place of love rather than hatred. I worked with a woman named Jennifer who was deeply troubled by the state of the world. She would watch the news every day and become overwhelmed by all the violence, injustice, and suffering she saw. "How can I feel peaceful when there's so much pain in the world?" she asked me. I helped Jennifer understand that her despair and anxiety about world events wasn't actually helping anyone. In fact, it was preventing her from being the positive force for change that she wanted to be. Jennifer learned to transform her despair into compassionate action. Instead of feeling helpless about global problems, she began volunteering at a local homeless shelter. Instead of being overwhelmed by all the world's suffering, she focused on making a difference in her own community. Most importantly, Jennifer learned that maintaining her own inner peace wasn't selfish or naive, it was essential for being able to help others effectively. When we're peaceful and centered, we can respond to the world's challenges with wisdom and skillful action rather than reactive emotion. The practice of compassion creates a positive cycle that strengthens our inner peace. When we're compassionate with ourselves, we feel more peaceful. When we feel more peaceful, we naturally become more compassionate with others. When we're compassionate with others, we feel more connected and less isolated. And when we feel more connected, our sense of inner peace deepens. This is why compassion isn't just a nice addition to our spiritual practice, it's an essential component of lasting happiness and inner peace. Without compassion, our peace can become cold and disconnected. With compassion, our peace becomes warm, inclusive, and sustainable. As you continue to develop your practice of inner peace, I encourage you to pay special attention to cultivating compassion. Notice when you're being harsh with yourself, and practice offering yourself kindness instead. When you encounter difficult people, try to see beyond their behavior to the suffering that might be driving it. And remember that every act of compassion, no matter how small, contributes to the healing of our world. Chapter 8. Living with Purpose and Meaning. One of the deepest sources of lasting happiness and inner peace is living a life that feels meaningful and purposeful. When we feel like our lives matter, when we believe that what we're doing has value and significance, we naturally experience a deeper sense of contentment and fulfillment. But in our modern world, many people struggle with questions of meaning and purpose. They may have successful careers, comfortable lifestyles, and loving relationships, yet still feel like something is missing. They ask themselves, is this all there is? What's the point of it all? This search for meaning isn't a sign of weakness or ingratitude. It's a natural human need, as fundamental as our need for food, shelter, and connection. We're meaning-making creatures, and when we can't find meaning in our lives, we suffer. Let me share the story of a man named William, who came to see me during what he called his midlife crisis. William was a successful attorney who had worked his way up to partner at a prestigious law firm. He had a beautiful home, a loving family, and financial security. By all external measures, he had achieved the American dream. But I feel empty inside, William told me. I wake up every morning and ask myself, what's the point? I'm making money for rich clients who don't really need my help. I'm missing my children's childhood because I'm always at the office. I feel like I'm sleepwalking through my life. William's crisis wasn't really about his age or his circumstances. It was about meaning. He had spent so many years focused on external success that he had lost touch with what truly mattered to him. He had achieved his goals, but they weren't goals that aligned with his deeper values and sense of purpose. As we worked together, William began to explore what would make his life feel more meaningful. He realized that he had always been passionate about justice and helping people who couldn't help themselves. This was actually what had drawn him to law in the first place, but somewhere along the way, he had gotten sidetracked by the pursuit of money and status. William began volunteering with a legal aid organization, providing free legal services to low-income families. At first, he could only spare a few hours a week, but he found this work incredibly fulfilling. For the first time in years, he felt like he was making a real difference in people's lives. Gradually, William began to restructure his career to align more closely with his values. He took on more pro bono cases, even though they didn't pay as well. He started mentoring young lawyers who wanted to work in public interest law. He even began teaching a course at the local law school about using legal skills for social good. These changes didn't happen overnight, and they required some sacrifices. William's income decreased, and he had to adjust his lifestyle accordingly. But he found that he was happier and more at peace than he had been in years. His work felt meaningful again, and this sense of purpose infused his entire life with greater joy and satisfaction. William's story illustrates an important principle. Meaning and purpose aren't things we find out there in the world. They're things we create through our choices, our actions, and our commitment to values that matter to us. There are many different sources of meaning and purpose, and what feels meaningful to one person might not resonate with another. Some people find meaning through their relationships and family connections. Others find it through creative expression, spiritual practice, or service to their community. Still others find meaning through their work, their learning, or their contribution to causes they believe in. The key is to identify what matters most to you, and then align your life with those values as much as possible. This doesn't mean you have to completely overhaul your life or make dramatic changes. Sometimes, small shifts in how you approach your existing responsibilities can make a huge difference in how meaningful your life feels. I worked with a woman named Carol, who was a stay-at-home mother of 3 young children. Carol loved her children deeply, but she was struggling with feelings of isolation and meaninglessness. "I feel like all I do is change diapers, make meals, and clean up messes," she told me. "I used to have a career. I used to feel like I was contributing something to the world. Now I feel invisible and unimportant." Carol's feelings were completely understandable. Parenting young children can be incredibly demanding and often thankless work. But as we talked, I helped Carol recognize that raising children is actually one of the most meaningful and important jobs in the world. She was literally shaping the next generation, teaching her children values, helping them develop into caring and capable human beings. Carol began to reframe her daily activities in terms of their deeper significance. When she was reading bedtime stories, she wasn't just helping her children fall asleep, she was fostering their love of learning and imagination. When she was teaching them to share their toys, she wasn't just managing behavior, she was helping them develop empathy and consideration for others. Carol also found ways to connect with other parents and create a sense of community around the shared experience of raising children. She started a playgroup in her neighborhood, organized family volunteer activities, and began writing a blog about the joys and challenges of parenthood. These changes helped Carol feel more connected to the larger purpose of her role as a mother. She still had difficult days, but she no longer felt like her life was meaningless or unimportant. She understood that she was doing sacred work, even when it didn't feel glamorous or appreciated. Another important aspect of living with purpose is understanding that meaning doesn't have to be grand or world-changing to be significant. Sometimes the most meaningful acts are the small, everyday kindnesses that we offer to the people around us. I think of a man named Frank who worked as a janitor at a large office building. Frank could have seen his job as menial or unimportant, but instead he chose to view it as an opportunity to serve others and create a positive environment. He would greet everyone with a smile, remember people's names, and take pride in keeping the building clean and welcoming. Frank's positive attitude and genuine care for others made him beloved by everyone in the building. People would seek him out just to chat and share what was happening in their lives. He became a source of encouragement and stability for many people who were dealing with work stress or personal challenges. When Frank retired after 30 years, the company threw him a huge party, and dozens of people spoke about how he had touched their lives. Frank had found deep meaning and purpose in work that others might have dismissed as insignificant. He understood that every job, every role, every interaction is an opportunity to make a positive difference in the world. Living with purpose also means being willing to grow and evolve as your understanding of meaning deepens. What feels meaningful to you at 20 might be different from what feels meaningful at 40 or 60. This is natural and healthy. The key is to stay connected to your evolving sense of purpose and to make adjustments as needed. As you reflect on your own life and sense of purpose, consider these questions. What activities make you feel most alive and engaged? When do you feel like you're making a positive difference? What values are most important to you, and how well is your current life aligned with those values? If you could change one thing about your life to make it feel more meaningful, what would it be? Remember, you don't have to have all the answers right away. Finding and living your purpose is a lifelong journey, not a destination. The important thing is to begin paying attention to what brings meaning to your life and to take small steps toward aligning your actions with your values. When you live with purpose and meaning, you naturally experience greater inner peace. You're not constantly questioning whether your life matters or wondering if you're wasting your time. You have a sense of direction and significance that provides a stable foundation for happiness, regardless of external circumstances. This doesn't mean that life becomes easy or that you never face challenges, but it does mean that you have a deeper source of strength and resilience to draw upon when difficulties arise. You know that your life has meaning, and that knowledge can sustain you through even the darkest times. Chapter 9: Integrating Peace into Daily Life. As we come to the end of our journey together, I want to focus on the most practical and important aspect of developing inner peace, how to integrate these principles and practices into your everyday life. Because ultimately, the value of inner peace isn't measured by how peaceful you feel during meditation or in quiet moments, but by how well you can maintain that peace in the midst of your daily responsibilities and challenges. The truth is that real transformation happens not in dramatic moments of insight, but in the countless small choices we make throughout each day. It's in how we respond when we're stuck in traffic, how we handle a difficult conversation with a colleague, how we react when our plans don't work out as expected. Let me share some practical strategies that can help you bring the principles we've discussed into your daily experience. First, start your day with intention. How you begin your morning often sets the tone for your entire day. Instead of immediately checking your phone or rushing into your to-do list, take a few minutes to center yourself and set a positive intention for the day ahead. This doesn't have to be complicated or time-consuming. It might be as simple as taking 5 deep breaths and reminding yourself of your commitment to inner peace. You might spend a few minutes in gratitude, thinking about the things in your life that you appreciate. Or you might set an intention to approach the day with patience, kindness, or presence. I worked with a woman named Angela who was constantly feeling overwhelmed and stressed. Her mornings were chaotic. She would wake up late, rush to get ready, check her email while drinking coffee, and arrive at work already feeling frazzled and behind. We worked together to create a simple morning routine that helped Angela start her day from a place of calm and intention. She began waking up just 15 minutes earlier and using that time for a brief meditation and intention-setting practice. She stopped checking her phone until after she had completed her morning routine. This small change had a profound impact on Angela's entire day. She found that she was more focused at work, more patient with her family, and better able to handle unexpected challenges. The 15 minutes she invested in her morning practice paid dividends throughout the rest of her day. Second, create regular check-ins with yourself throughout the day. Set reminders on your phone or computer to pause and notice your internal state. Are you feeling peaceful and centered, or are you getting caught up in stress and reactivity? These brief moments of self-awareness can help you course correct before stress accumulates. During these check-ins, you might ask yourself, how am I feeling right now? What does my body need? Am I breathing deeply or holding tension? What would help me feel more peaceful in this moment? Sometimes the answer might be to take a few deep breaths. Sometimes it might be to step outside for a moment of fresh air. Sometimes it might be to practice the compassion techniques we discussed, either for yourself or for someone who's challenging you. Third, practice what I call mindful transitions. Instead of rushing from one activity to the next, take a moment to consciously transition between different parts of your day. This might mean taking 3 deep breaths before entering a meeting, pausing to appreciate your home when you arrive after work, or spending a moment in gratitude before eating a meal. These mindful transitions help prevent the stress and momentum of one activity from carrying over into the next. They create natural breaks in your day where you can return to your center and approach each new situation with fresh energy and perspective. Fourth, use challenging situations as opportunities to practice. Instead of seeing difficult moments as obstacles to your peace, try to see them as chances to strengthen your ability to remain centered under pressure. When someone cuts you off in traffic, instead of getting angry, you might practice patience and compassion. When a project at work becomes stressful, instead of getting overwhelmed, you might practice the breathing techniques we discussed. When you make a mistake, instead of being self-critical, you might practice self-compassion. I remember working with a man named Kevin who had a very demanding job in customer service. He would regularly deal with angry, frustrated customers who would take out their problems on him. Initially, Kevin would absorb all this negative energy and carry it with him throughout the day. But as Kevin learned to practice inner peace, he began to see these challenging interactions differently. Instead of taking customers' anger personally, he would practice compassion, recognizing that their anger was usually about their own frustration and not really about him. Kevin learned to maintain his center during difficult calls by focusing on his breath and reminding himself of his intention to be helpful and kind. He discovered that when he remained calm and peaceful, he was actually more effective at helping customers resolve their problems. Most importantly, Kevin stopped carrying the stress of work home with him. He developed a transition ritual where he would spend a few minutes in his car after work, consciously releasing the energy of the day and setting an intention to be fully present with his family. Fifth, cultivate gratitude as a daily practice. Gratitude is one of the most powerful tools for maintaining inner peace because it shifts our attention from what's wrong or missing in our lives to what's good and abundant. This doesn't mean ignoring problems or pretending that everything is perfect. It means consciously choosing to notice and appreciate the positive aspects of your life, even in the midst of challenges. You might keep a gratitude journal, writing down 3 things you're grateful for each day. You might practice gratitude during your morning routine or before going to sleep. You might make it a habit to express appreciation to the people in your life who make a difference. Finally, remember that developing inner peace is a practice, not a perfection. There will be days when you feel centered and calm, and there will be days when you feel stressed and reactive. This is completely normal and human. The goal isn't to never feel difficult emotions or to always respond perfectly to challenges. The goal is to gradually develop greater resilience, wisdom, and compassion in how you navigate life's ups and downs. Be patient with yourself as you develop these new habits and ways of being. Change takes time, and there will be setbacks along the way. What matters is your commitment to continuing the practice, even when it feels difficult or when you don't see immediate results. I want to leave you with a final meditation that you can return to whenever you need to reconnect with your inner peace. Sit comfortably and close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths, allowing your body to relax with each exhale. Bring to mind the intention that brought you to this practice, your desire for greater peace, happiness, and well-being. Now imagine that within your heart is a flame of pure peace and love. This flame has always been there, even when you couldn't see it or feel it. It's your true nature, your deepest essence, the part of you that can never be damaged or destroyed by external circumstances. With each breath, imagine this flame growing brighter and stronger. Feel its warmth spreading throughout your body, bringing calm to your mind and peace to your heart. This peace is always available to you, no matter what's happening in your external world. As you prepare to open your eyes and return to your day, make a commitment to remember this inner flame of peace. Decide that you will return to it whenever you feel stressed, overwhelmed, or disconnected from your center. Know that by cultivating your own inner peace, you're not only transforming your own life, you're contributing to the peace and healing of our world. Every moment of peace you experience, every act of compassion you offer, every choice you make from love rather than fear, creates ripples that extend far beyond what you can see. Thank you for joining me on this journey toward inner peace. Remember, peace truly does start with you. It's not something you need to find outside yourself or wait for someone else to give you. It's already there within you, waiting to be discovered and shared with the world. May you find the peace you seek, may you live with joy and purpose, and may your inner peace be a blessing to all those whose lives you touch.